Good morning. Ding ding. All right. How's everyone doing today? So we got about 15 minutes until the PMI data comes out, and I expect we're probably going to see a little bit of upside until then. We look pretty well set up for that. So, and that may distribute out through the Richmond report. What's up, Dork? I'll have more information in a minute. Still a bit of a put wall at 43.50, but it's weaker than it was in the after hours. Is that working? Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Thanks, John Rod. You see 200K out of the money puts on BAC for June 24. Is someone expecting something? Not necessarily. Can you please touch on what the market might do if PMI comes in below 49 at 50 or above 50? At 50, we'll probably get some chop. I mean, it's really just the market digging for like leading economic indicators, right? I think contraction broadly is expected in PMI if composite in well, let's see. If services is still growing, um yeah, specifically if services comes in a little warmer, there may be some concern that that opens the Fed up to increasing rates more. Ultimately, PMI shouldn't be that important. I think they're just digging for anything at this point. Composite contraction is obviously not bad and or not good, and then like um services contraction is really not good for the economy either, right? But it's more a fear of what the Fed will do, especially as we approach the blackout period. QQQ's tanking and then immediately bouncing back. I mean, I would probably try to stay away from most things in the early part of today. Did you see the tweet from Ligmianus? Nice. Tony Hawk's son married Kurt Cobain's daughter. Major 90s moment. All right. If PMI down, consumption down. Market thinks no rate hike and stocks up. PMI flatter up, consumption up. Market thinks rate hike, so stocks down. Sure, that's one way of looking at it. How much of that is going to actually be realized is questionable. I would say that if PMI is down, we'll see yields climb. Um, if PMI is up, we might see them climb a little harder. Full port GME 14C weeklies. Got it. That might not be a great idea. Although breaking 1375 here is pretty important. 1550 is far more important. That's an interesting start to things. Yeah. Things will probably concentrate around 42.50 here for a little bit. Is Tesla going to keep this bounce? I have no idea. That's going to depend on probably how the data shakes out. If the data shakes out negatively and we see de-risking at the 42.50 and 4300 strike, we're probably gonna move down pretty hard again. Full port GME weekly $14 cover calls. Got it. No. Both of those are terrible ideas. Full porting anything's done. Hmm. Is now a good time to set stops on a straddle call leg? You don't want them to be too tight, but yeah, it doesn't seem like a bad one. So if we break 42.50 here, that kind of opens up the range a little bit to 42.80. But before then, we have long-term resistance on ES, and that's going to be at about 42.56. So keep that in mind. Take it back. I will not. If GME breaks past 15.50, does it go all the way to GM? There's a good chance. Fubo going for it. Yeah, but not a lot of volume. Hmm. Ooh. Oh, hey, they let me buy all my contracts back at a discount. That's interesting. Hmm. SPY is dummy liquid right now. Suddenly the bid jumped. Yeah. Oh, Jamie. It's been too long. Seeing an insane amount of 0DT sold calls at 43.05 also. On the 0 DTE? Not an insane amount. Let me check something else real quick. So it looks a lot like arbitrage. The spread there is kind of fucked up. That might just be like HFT. 43.20 also. Yeah, I'm not really sure any of that's indicative of any actual positioning. But it's starting to build up a little bit of a ramp to the upside. Still got about 3 minutes till the PMI data comes out. Only $13 away from my cost basis. Do I quit my job now? Or how does this professional trading thing work? Yeah, we got a ways to go. It's been 13 minutes and no data. Are the bears dead? The data's not even out yet. I don't think so. The yield curve's kind of bumping up, and now the long-term yields are starting to get pressured. Dollars back over 106. None of these are particularly bullish conditions. Um all right. Data doesn't matter. The media will spin it so it justifies the price action. Oh, it matters a little. It's not very important data. I mean, the market's reaction to it's overblown. Did you get a stove? They're supposed to come back today. All right, data's out. We got expansion on composite, manufacturing, and services. So that should open up Jerome a little bit to have some fun. PMI will be hot. They'll pump it anyway. Looks like put delta took a big jump there. Are we sure? Yeah, probably. Time to cut calls. Not yet. The ramp hasn't broken down. We haven't lost 42.25 yet. We've barely lost 42.40. I would be patient. I should probably set some stops though. Now that that's out of the way. Thanks, Huckleberry. God, rates are gonna stay high forever. Yeah, probably. I would not full port bear calls ever. Hmm. Yeah, there's still enough interest here that we could test 42.65. So be careful. And we still have the Richmond data out at 10, so not all the data's in yet. Jimmy only just starting to actually see some covering. Fubo's looking kind of interesting. So is Siri. Hello, Gork. It's me, Popcorn. My mistake. I accidentally spiked the bid on those 17Cs. Thank God your cash doesn't settle till tomorrow. Are you still in Fubo? Yes. You mean the path to building sustaining wealth is not full porting into each emotional whiplash decision for the day? Shockingly, yeah. This just in, pumpers shift strategy from being short treasuries at the worst time ever to now being buying everyone's bags. Yeah, actually. I didn't buy that many of them. What's not that many? Dole dipped below 11. All right. It'll probably drop as long as the market has some positive direction. It's got kind of negative beta. My neck upper back is completely seized up randomly. Why can't muscle relaxants not make you feel comatose? I don't know. I think people use Xanax for that. Do you see a scenario where Jay cuts rates? If Japan raises them? Or a crash? Gamma max on GME is at like 19 something, 19 and change. Dixie up, yen down. I love it. It's almost like $28 billion just isn't that much money, Dork. How's Top looking? I don't know. I'm not playing it. Top kind of had a lot of liquidity realized already. It's probably not going to run super hard. I would say most of its upside was blown out on the move from like $1 to 3. I don't think it's got much left in the tank, so to speak. Jamie, on the other hand, if it breaks delta neutral, woo boy. Yen down, Dixie up. That's the way I like to trade. Yeah. I'd love to see USD JPY gap down to 130. That would be epic. That'd be pretty funny. What do I have DN at? I mean, what is DN at? $15.37. I woke up this morning and said no to trading before my meds. I waited, bought a 0DT strangle on XSP, and I didn't sell my call hedge yet either. I'm hoping to be more disciplined like this. All right. Good. Fast gamma's at like 43.22, I think. Probably went down a little bit with the out of the money call interest. Although how much of that is sold is still a very good question. I think above 42.75 the calls look like they're pretty sold for the 0DTEs. But up to 42.75 they still look bought. How tight do you set your stops on an overnight call hedge in a situation like today? I mean, not very tight. We gapped up pretty significantly at open, right? And we were up in the pre-market, so yeah, not usually that tight. Usually profit taking in the early morning kind of takes a minute. I would just wait to confirm the downside level on futures before going short, right? I saw that J&J is looking at bankruptcy. When pickles pick? I just want to know when all their equity holders are going to sell off and buy KView. Well, it slowly collapses to zero over the entirety of the quarter. So from one roll period to the next. Fubo's looking good. We'll see. Still not a lot of volume here, right? Less than a mil. higher number on the manufacturing index is bearish, right? No, but the higher number on the services index is. Well, spread declines linearly, yeah. Thanks, Ben. J&JRQ, I'm ready to be hurt again. I mean, maybe. I'm not ready to be unemployed. Fair. Fair. So no, it's not going bankrupt. Well, I guess they're just talking about it. I mean, even if they went bankrupt, it wouldn't be like, it would just be like probably like a restructuring, not like a full-on bankruptcy. Why do they have all these opportunities to de-risk and either don't de-risk or increase risk? I mean, they're mostly increasing risk out of the money, at least right now. I have like some shares and some December CSPs and some Jan calls. Pop them off. 17,000% increase in dealer sold puts on Nvidia. Fun. But like, are they actually fucking dumb? No, but if they can pump it, they get more opportunities for bag holders to come in and buy up calls and provide them liquidity, right? Bulls are dumb, and that benefits them greatly. Yep. You need a safe word. Just like in all caps, type boner or flaccid. Then I know, right? Maybe that's too direct. I'll think of one. Hmm. Still getting some out of the money call interest. A little bit more picking up at 65 and 85. There's quite a lot of put interest there still, though. I think 60 or 70 is still a decent target. Jesus Christ. All right. Richmond Fed. Stronger. Stronger. Service is way down. Holy shit. Manufacturing looks stronger pretty much across the board, though. If we start pumping or dropping, can you yell, Maeve, wake up? I could try. If I remember. I probably won't remember, though. You want to watch me speed run bankruptcy? That's not going to bankrupt you. Don't bullshit me. Aren't services the only thing propping up our shitcoin economy? Ooh. 20 and 30 are moving up now. Maybe we don't care. Maybe we're just going to pump for tech earnings. Manufacturing up's going to help breadth, right? And I think we all kind of unilaterally agreed that they were going to try to pump tech earnings. I don't know why we would disagree with that now. And it looks like they're still buying calls. Like someone did not like the Richmond Fed thing, but I don't think that's stopping them from buying calls. What they're not doing is selling nearly enough pets. They're supposed to come back today with a stove that fucking fits. Well, management was actually pretty unclear. They said they're either going to cut down the wall there so the stove fits, or they're going to bring me a new stove. No, it doesn't. D2H. We need an official stripper index. I could try doing that on Twitter. What about just OnlyFans? We can find out like how many houses OnlyFans models are buying at 8%. You know, just to stay current with the times. Good thing you have a lot of food options near you. Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I have a lot of other devices in my house that cook food too. So I'm not too worried about it. Like I have a toaster oven and I have a wok burner, like a wok induction burner, so I can always make something in that. Aren't you a criminal if you get a gas stove in New York? I'm pretty sure it's gonna be electric, not gas. But no, the old ones were all grandfathered in. I don't think they have to replace them for like a few years. People are waiving home inspections now, along with overbidding 20% for homes. I'm sure this won't result in underwater mortgages on properties that need 100K of repairs. I can't believe banks are allowing them to waive home inspections. I'm gonna make eggplant parm in the pizza oven. That sounds difficult. How are you gonna do fried rice? I'm not gonna do fried rice. Is this most? That's the best description I've ever heard. How about mother of all short repositioning? So, Mosser. I don't need an air fryer, thanks. One mil equals 8K a month. I make 2,500 a month on a good month. Don't buy $1 million house. To be fair, my home inspection missed a number of things that weren't up to code in terms of electric. I don't know what I don't know that they provide a ton of value. Probably not. But they're going past that, and like banks right now are they're going beyond just waiving the home inspection, which is usually required by the insurance company. But they're waiving appraisals, um, and they're waiving uh god damn it, the title services. There's several instances of that, and those are a big deal. Don't forget that they're packaging those same mortgages up in MBSs, so that won't be a problem, I'm sure. 15 amp outlets on 20 amp wires. Items on the same circuit that shouldn't be there. How the wiring was set up in the mechanical room. Just interesting DIY fixes the first owner did in there. They're not waiving title insurance. They're just waiving the titling process in order to speed up the sale. So the diligence on the title is getting waived, but they're still insuring the title. This is what happens when you give people a personal loan to go buy a house that you then convert into a mortgage later. This is not the risk you're looking for. Might I suggest unvetted? Ooh, that's like a nice soft term for subprime. I like it. They call them bespoke. Should we be cautious of 260, 261 on Fubo for rejection? 264. Farmville existing basically confirms every bubble theory we've discussed is way worse than calculable. Fair enough. How do they know what they are underwriting on the title insurance if they don't do diligence? Is it a scam where they take money for insurance and never pay out? Yeah. Banks don't care right now. They just want to lend as much money as feasibly possible in as short a period of time as possible before rates go down. They'll figure out the other problems later. It's all about bringing up their net interest income for the next 30 years. Fubo's still dry, yeah. Still think SPX will run. They're still trying. That's kind of interesting. They're selling a bit more puts now, so that should start to drive VIX down a bit. Maybe we break under this like 1947 level. Still looks like there's plenty of interest in pumping tech. Dow and RSP look pretty strong on the day. Yeah. Is the local bank smaller, like 100, 500 million, giving 6.5% CDS and HISA? There's no way they have hold to maturity issues. Of course not. Hmm. Who reports tonight? Microsoft and Google, right? Jimmy losing gas or just getting started? It's kind of just trading flat. Yep. I would say it'll probably move if indexes break up. I need Jimmy at 19 by the end of tomorrow. Thanks in advance. That's not really my decision. Sup, G? B here. What's up, B? Does that triple top on the 1 minute have any significance, or too short of a time frame for it to have relevance? I don't think it's all that important, at least not yet. Hmm. Sure, I'm glad that the market downtrend and crash were completely averted and that we only go up from now on. I don't think that's the case. The 5 years or 30 years kind of flipping back and forth, but everything else is climbing. Very curious to see if the 2 year comes in under spot today. You think the BTC pump is a risk off? No, it's FOMO because the ETFs. If you own a stock, what's the best hedge for earnings? Protective puts? Or collars? Upstart looking better than GME? It should be. It's generally more illiquid. FOMO on further crypto centralization. The irony? Yeah. Is there any way to have an expectation for the volume of an OPEC settlement? Nope. I suggested a post from RBTC the other day. People in there sound almost insane as Superstack with their one direction minded constant DCA and refusal to sell till moon. Yeah, there's a lot of delusional investors nowadays. What do you think, earnings are going to be bad tonight or just meh? I mean, I think Microsoft and Google probably just meh. I don't really think that if they are bad, that's going to be catastrophic because they're far more stable than like Amazon and Apple and stuff. So if Google's not doing well, that's not going to be a good sign for Meta either. I refuse to stop shorting SEX until I see 4,000. Okay. How much of the delusional investing do you attribute to GME, BTC, and Tesla? Those are a pretty big chunk. You could have thrown BBBYRQ in there, but those people are poor now. Do you own any crypto? Not currently. That's not true. I have some like Ripple and some like Cardano. Not very much. I don't even actually know how much, but yeah, not a lot. Yeah, I don't understand the delusion. Anyway, back to only buying puts on the market for me. I thought you had LRC a long time ago. I sold that shit when it went up. Keep some GameStop shit coin. It's sort of a breakup. Hmm. Was the juice selling actual duration today? The 2 year? We'll see if it keeps breaking up. There's definitely a lot of call selling going on as well. I don't know who's going to sell faster, puts or calls. Total dealer delta's falling, so that should be moderately bullish. Can you tell if Jimmy's getting actively shorted today? Um, yeah, it is a bit here. Uh, I wouldn't say that that's all that much. I mean, volume's pretty fucking low. We're at like 740,000. I don't know how long that's gonna last for either. Despite the shorting, tips are still converging. Do we break back above the futures trend? That might be tough. I mean, I'm watching it. There's nothing else I can really do right now, right? It's just watch and see how this shakes out. But yeah, I think we're gonna try to push up a little harder here. Yes, long-term resistance is at like 42.80 ES. So like 42, 55, 56, kind of where we got rejected yesterday on SPX. The opening, yeah, Lily. I would say most of our upside through the pre-market was probably also CNS clearing. It's a trap, bull trap. Maybe. Would you enter more November puts here or wait for a test? I'd wait for a test higher before buying more puts. VIX is still coming down. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a cumulative gearing mechanism that affects ETFs because of that. Bob Vance. I don't know how yen and Dixie went down yesterday. The market went up, but not yen and Dixie, or rocketed up, and the market's also up. The market's going up despite the rising yields right now. Sometimes mega cap FOMO stronger. CNBC normally has 0 or 1 people on any given day doing TA. Yesterday they had like 5 or 6. Each one of them were giving reasons to be bullish on the Mag 7 and NASDAQ. It was weird. Do you need to borrow some tinfoil, Sable? If companies have easy comps year over year, can markets rally into the end of the year for one last giant pump into SPX 4500-ish? I mean, the comps aren't really that easy year over year. There's a lot of growth expected in Q4, but so far the earnings reported on SPX have been lackluster and have led to declines in expectations. Yesterday's midday rejection at 42.55. The subsequent sell-off into end of day due to de-risking. Midday rejection and subsequent sell-off into end of day due to de-risking. It was also due to, like, I mean, partially, yes. 4,300 puts saw some pretty serious de-risking at the top there, and a little bit of 42.50, but not a ton. They were trying to de-risk the 4,200s through most of the upside yesterday, or 4,300 through most of the upside yesterday. But the pullback was also accelerated by like 0 DTE put buyers and yields like starting to normalize again after they dropped really hard in the early part of the day. Also, like, continuous escalation with the Gaza conflict or Middle Eastern conflict. That's gonna push yields too, right? Because it increases like premium for vol. I looked at the HE chart yesterday. It looked like they shorted hard in the market open and close, but to little avail. Are shorts still covering Probably just getting out really slowly. I'll need a few like months of consecutive reports, but yeah, I would say just probably exiting as slowly as they can. Hmm. Well, they're definitely trying to build up a big fat green dick rocket dork. PFGDR. All right. If this bounces again at 42.50, are we going to 42.80? If we don't drop, we might go even higher. I would say right now, there's a pretty decent ramp all the way up to like 4,300. Some put buying kind of increasing here, but not much, and we're right against the long-term trend on ES. Options. Vertical. Puts. That's too wide. Calls. Are we OPEXing? Trying. Yeah, it still looks pretty good. Is this another Dixie up yields up market up day? Well, the top end of the curve's not up a lot, so it's not, we're not getting a lot of pressure on volatility, but we're getting some, hence why it's taking so long to fucking break out. But Dixie's definitely pushing up quite hard now. 60 BPS up so far. We're back at 106.20. Not too far from like our local highs. So yeah, there's definitely some pressure. Pound and euro both down hard. The only thing really stabilizing Dixie right now is the fact that yen's kind of fighting back. I still think BOJ's tapping into that like $28 billion like open market YCC action. So I wish WeBull let you turn spreads into butterflies. That'd be so cool. Do you have Gamma Max on Upstart? Yeah. Although I will say it doesn't look like Upstart's running yet. Or it's not going to run very hard yet, but maybe it does. Upstart doesn't really have a long history of running with OPEX. It tends to run around, like it tends to blow off all of its short positioning around earnings. 34.50. Not that it Not that gamma max matters if it actually pushes up that high. At least not on Upstart. That's way too liquid for gamma max to be as important. Or illiquid, sorry. Nvidia is still pushing up, but Nvidia is not pushing up very hard, so that's not going to dry up too much liquidity. I guess Upstart could be kind of fun if it breaks 30. I got some spreads from a stripper named Butterfly. Nick Sullivan, whoa. Thanks, man. Dixie down, market down, Dixie up, market up. It's a clown world and we're living in it. No problem, Mr. Confused. At what point would you say the continuation is confirmed on SPX? Like 4260, 65? I should probably cut weekly puts at that point. Wait to reposition, right? They're out of the money now. We haven't broken above the like bullish confirm on ES yet, but if we do, then yeah, it'd probably be a good idea. Are you long already? Like, do you have an upside hedge? Is MSTR able to gamma squeeze? If it has enough options interest. Usually the chain's pretty illiquid though. What are your thoughts on using OVX? Like the oil vol index? Is that what you're talking about, Dr. G? USD JPY holding at 149 for nearly 30 days straight. What gives? That's 150 is kind of where the BOJ and Ministry of Finance for Japan step in to protect their currency value. So that's why it seems like a hard wall, because it's a hard wall backed by a central bank. Would you say that market pricing is the least efficient you've seen in your trading career? It's got, well, it's close. Late 2020 to early 2021 was pretty fucking stupid too. Um, it's probably worth looking at. I look at it occasionally. I mean, I don't use it as a signal for anything really. I mean, like if I'm playing oil, I'll use it as a signal. I used it like I used it when I did like a lot of my like long oil entries earlier in the year. Like I was paying more attention to it. I've been paying less attention to it lately. But at least that was a momentum trade on massive liquidity. But like this level of fighting risk premium on equity is fucking insane. It's really fucking stupid. I'm not gonna. There's nothing to disagree with, right? I mean, it's just a clear fight between bonds and indexes. Indexes with dying indexes with dying forward earnings yields. I mean, well, think about this. What do mega cap earnings really represent here, right? Like they're kind of the last. They're kind of like the last bastion of hope in a bull case, right? So And they're not gonna, nobody's gonna want to approach those earnings from a down market, especially not one that's down a lot. Will Ackman get in any trouble for that dumb tweet? Probably not. So they better be fucking good tonight, or it's just another Jenga block pulled out of the tower, right? We also have mechanical effects of like OPEX. I mean, today's T2, right? We're starting to see SLD settle, and we're starting to see leverage longs, at least short dated leverage longs. Why did Fidelity just fill my limit order at the bid when the limit was at the risk or at the ask? The fuck is this shit? Interesting. Gherkin, I'm sending you hearts. Thanks so much, man. I'm building my own GME gamma ramp. Neat. Is booking still moving up? Never gonna get a fucking entry on this thing, am I? Well, this is kind of where I want to be. $880, $460. Hmm. Yep. That's correct, Orc. Big spike in put buying there, too, at the test. 4260 puts? 4250 puts are picking up. Hmm. Is $100 weekly contracts enough? I don't know. Probably. I think that's how many I have. Yeah. 15, 18, 17. I think if we get the SPX breakout, GME will probably break out as well. Well, at least above 14. VIX ticked up. Still looks like this could be kind of bullish. Slow grind, though. Still fighting back against the 30-year. 30-year is back under 5%. So the long end of the yield curve's coming down a little bit. They're really going to want to get the majority of whatever pump they're going to aim for, or they should try to get the majority of it done before the 2-year auction at 1. So maybe a busy afternoon. Thanks, Breton. Let's put some December 1 4250s. Okay. You see the Japan CPI is still going up steadily? Spicy? Yep, I did. They have their rate decision soon. It's coming up. If they get another dump at the 2-year auction, if the 2-year comes in below spot, it could be really bearish. I mean, we could see like a rapid contraction in the 210 spread, and that could scare people. A narrowing or an inversion of the 2 and 10-year can be like a sign that the Fed is over tightening and risking recession. So it's usually used as like an economic indicator. No, Tup looks like shit. It fucking already ran. They already blew off all the liquidity on it. It went up like 170% like 2 weeks ago. Do you still have the put side of your strangle? Yes. But it also doesn't expire till the 31st, so. Was that it for GME today, or could we get more? We could get a lot more. Like, there, I'll just show you. Like, Tup's done. Tup's liquidity peaked back here. That's just being shorted. No way rug before tech earnings? I mean, we'll see. I say it's still look good. The upside looks weak. It's they're trying really, really hard to pump it. They're not covering a lot of ground though. If we get a breakout to the upside, it can move very fast. But this could also fail, so keep that in mind. Was that the fail? No, I don't think so. Not yet. I really need to fall below 42.45 for this to fail completely. And still really 42.25 is the bear signal, right? Still holding the call side of the strangle. Yep. Those do not have a lot of theta, but they're still in the money, so I'm not particularly worried about them yet. What do we got here? Interesting. I was kind of wondering last night how crazy the battle for 42.50 would be today, and it looks like it's it looks like it's going to be pretty nuts. I posted a video in SPX to describe exactly what's happening right now. Any reason Tesla ran harder than other tech today? I don't know. Do they have any kind of news? I wasn't looking. Yeah, when Fubo gets rejected, it usually gets rejected really hard. Man, we're fucking an hour and a half into today, David E. Chill your whatever nuts. Can you post it for the pores? Yeah. Throw it in general chat. But Girk win 4,200. Maybe later this week. Or if Google and Microsoft shit the bed. Who Girk? I clicked that and it took me to the poorest channels. It's okay. You'll survive. Reeee, I'm financially ruined. Hot take, runny yolk, best part of a breakfast sandwich, so long as you aren't on the go. That's why you have to ask for over medium. And expect most places to sell breakfast sandwiches to tell you to go fuck yourself. But I still try. Over medium gang, rise up. It's okay, Brendan. Don't feel bad. Still consolidating for a giant green peen. Trying. We have black pudding here. You can buy it. It's just fucking sausage, alright? Sausage with oats. It's called dark chocolate. I mean, it's obviously better to de-risk from a higher price. They have underwater Vega risk at 4250. Well, I mean, 4250 is still underwater from where they sold it, right? And 4300. Why wouldn't they want it above 4300 to de-risk those? If they have the opportunity, why wouldn't they take it? Then if earnings shit the bed, they can cover, right? And they can cover their out of the money sold puts versus covering them in the money. And if earnings are good, then they can de-risk at an even higher level. Another amazing thing I learned from Pickle, which I encourage the rest of you if you haven't, is understand liquidity required to properly hedge your position. Even if your main leg is buried, profit. Nice, dude. Spicy Italian and the overnight oats, and you got yourself a black pudding brewing. Not exactly. Sausage and overnight oats. Don't stick your sausage in your overnight oats. Please, guys. I thought black pudding was same like blood pudding. It is. They add like powdered pig hemoglobin to it. But it's just oats and pork. How about sticking our... So that's what I was talking about, Hamburger Helper. Alright, cut the bullshit. How do I get degenerate with bond derivatives? Don't do that, Carl. And spices, you heathen. Whatever. Of course it has spices. It's a fucking sausage. No, it's not similar to haggis. Haggis is full of like barley and disgusting. It's like cooked in a sheep's stomach. Talking about the spices. Well, I mean, you live in England. You guys have like what, like 4 seasonings? The word pudding is believed to derive from the French boudin, originally the Latin botellus, meaning small sausage. I'm gonna have to work that into something now. English food is beans, slop, bread, and Indian food. Ah, yes, the classic English meal of some kind of meat coated in rosemary, thyme, salt, and pepper. They have sage, too. It doesn't matter, though, if you boil your meat, dork. It all tastes the same. Don't forget taking all of that glorious flavor profile and packing it into some sort of bread product. Like a pie. On the lookout for someone changing their name to Batellus. I thought somebody would be changing their name to Packing Pudding, but I suppose that's possible. Take the high road. Maillard reaction is a conspiracy to undermine the crown. No, dork. This is what you don't understand about England. The Maillard reaction is French, alright? Fuck that shit. I feel attacked. Are they working towards a green god candle? I think they're just trying to hold their ground at 42.50. Yield's moving up fast now. Not really. Still at the low for today. Or, well, still below the high for today, sorry. I'm not seeing a lot of out of the money put positioning building though. Gross. That's a damn good question, Dork. A lot of puts getting bought at 42.50 and 42.25 for some reason. Although I wonder how much of this is just setting up to... No, I am tempted. I was kind of hoping for a slight move to the upside, and then I was gonna enter one, but we may not get it. You dick. If I open like an inverse one here though, we're just gonna fucking close at 42.50. If we fill VWAP on SPX big downs, that part I'm not too sure of. There's still a lot of call walls underneath us. Like, it's pretty hard for us to drop below 42.45 right now. The like at the money range is pretty contested. So I guess we could trade anywhere between 42.40 and 42.60 broadly. Um The little more weight to the downside where we're trading right now. But that's nothing that can't be reversed with futures. I would say that they're not heavily selling puts, which is interesting. And leads me to believe that they intend to risk this off at some point today, but probably not yet. I'm not looking for any amount of volume on Fubo. More? More than the 30-day average would be neato. I've eaten American slop and I've eaten British slop, and it all tasted like slop. American slop is British slop. A 2 year starts at an inversion. Would they make the long end rise? I think both outcomes for the 2 year could make the long end rise. There's very little that could happen right now that's gonna stop the long end from rising. Why is it called an iron condor? Because of its rigid wings. And steel condor was taken by an 80s hair metal band. I don't know if it was, but it probably was. It sounds like an 80s hair metal band. I'm selling one DTE 4200C right now. Okay. Good for you. Google started off this year actually undervalued. Where are the tips? Are they crossing streams yet? No, they're still like nowhere near each other. They're converging a little bit. Alright, put buying fell off again. There's the 45 toast. Is that gonna bounce? 40, 45. Market crash back on. That's a bit of an overreaction, Dork. I think we can move all the way down to like 42.40 on the low end here. Beyond that, I don't know if there's enough puts. There's enough longer dated puts. Maybe that matters more right now, actually. That's the only thing keeping them from breaking out at 42.50. Look at Jimmy. Fortress. You ever heard of the 80s cover band Hairball? They played at my buddy's birthday party over the weekend and they were fucking awesome. Nope. No, I haven't. That's really obscure. Today's the beginning of T+2, Brendan. Sub $13 a good share buying opportunity for Upstart? Or should it go lower in this environment? I mean, that'll depend on A, their performance, which should actually be still pretty good right now. And B, how long rates remain higher, right? See if there's a credit event. I still regret not buying Upstart shares for $12 back in early May. It was literally a pickles pick right before it ran. My hedge spread is now $10. How could you do this to me? I'm financially ruined. Oh, look at that. My puts are looking better. Nice, good Godfrey. Iron Butterfly is both a band and an option strategy. Have you heard of the band I just made up named Pickle Degen and the Briny Jar? I have now. I've been here for longer than a month. Nice cinnamon pine cone. But here's my first one as a dillionaire. Thanks for your consistency and teachings. You give the poorest hope. I hope I give them more than just hope, but thank you. If I have a stock with an ex-div date of 11/16, am I able to sell CCs against it on 11/17 and still receive the dividend? I think as long as they're not in the money, then yeah. Actually, you should just receive the dividend anyway. You're already locked in as of market close on the 16th. What do you mean by the beginning of T+2? Today, like market open today is when T+2 begins. It ends tomorrow at market open. I regret not rolling my 50 Upstart calls that I let expire on Jan 20th. I'm sure a lot of people do. I mean, Upstart ran a lot more than anybody ever expected it to. The AI boost adding an extra 100% after it hit 40 was a shock. Are there many films better than Mulholland Drive? Probably. To whoever bought the call? Quick name? Pickles Picks better be fire tonight, because I'm going to do some really degen stuff at open. I'm just not going to write any. I think that's probably the best choice. You have way too much money right now. Me saying anything from this point forward just presents greater risk to your portfolio. How many times have you read the equivalent of options as a strategic investment by just reading the chat since you started streaming? I don't know. Like every day, right? Why don't you discuss your cat anymore? I don't know. There's nothing to say. So yeah, if you have a long call and you exercise it, so I'm not sure if you exercise it on the ex div date if you get it. Hmm. You could probably, yeah, you could probably arbitrage it because dividends are usually priced into the options premium. So one second. What do you got, Dork? Ooh, spreads are pushing up. That's kind of bearish. Two whole freaking years. You keep making me money. I keep using it to buy your cover calls. Here's hoping for 2 more years of fun and at least one last GME OPEX run. I think we deserve one after all this time. If I sell before the X date, then I don't get the dividend. That's correct. So the problem with selling CCs into X dividend is that like the arbiters are gonna probably exercise your sold call, like if it's at the money, or and definitely if it's in the money. How much IV SPY? 315 24Ps at 300 gain and a crash. I don't know. It depends on how much vol picks up. Like that depends on how much VIX spikes. They could gain a lot. I mean, that contract has an insane amount of Vega. The closer it gets to the money, the more Vega it'll have. 4265 coming, or did it leave through an open window? We'll see. We hit the bottom of the range. So we'll see if they're able to pump it back up again. I'm sure they're not done trying. They have a lot of out of the money calls right now. Any danger in selling put spreads on a stock with dividend? Hmm. No. What would be the? I mean, what would be the danger? You can use it to capture a dividend. You can use like a covered put to capture a dividend. Did you sleep last night? Not a lot. If they reduce or cancel the dividend, your spreads are going in the money. True. Although if the dividend's already announced, I don't know what you'd be worried about. Yeah, people are really fucking stupid, Breton. I'll be right back. I think someone Ooh, are we gonna lose 40? Yeah, I see it too. Hmm. Not enough put selling. That delta's still ticking up. $30 back under 5% again. 20 years down. Dixie's still going up. Is he a derivative capture yield from a derivative-driven single stock ETF? That seems normal. I don't really ever do dividend capture strategies. They generally suck unless you're an institution. But you can like you can use like a if you own 100 shares of the underlying. So you can buy like a put, and then when the price, so you like buy a put, sell a call, and then when the price drops, you can close the put. Like as the dividend is priced in and the price drops, you can close the put and close the call. So you sell the call to buy the put, and then you can close both, and then you can sell the underlying. But it protects you from the downside associated with that. So like a lot of people that own like tons of dividend stocks will do that, like same strategy. Um as like the dividends announced and it's priced into the options chain. Usually it's just banks and shit, and then the spreads get fucked up and it's not worth it. Did Bill Ackman swat your live stream for exposing his bond short exit liquidity strategy? I don't think so. DTCC pulled the BlackRock BTC ETF ticker off their website. Ooh, exciting. That means literally nothing. Some like web dev sitting at fucking the DTCC is just like shuffling shit around, and crypto bulls are having a meltdown. Ooh, Gurk, I remember to like the stream before you said to. Thank you so much, crypto. If you guys could like the stream, that'd be cool. I know some of you blatantly refuse to, but for the ones who don't, why would someone sell 5000p 111723 on SPX? Get exposure to the upside move with some efficiency mark. Miss profitable entry to capture upside move. There could be any number of reasons. It could just be arbitrage. I mean, you're just looking at volume, not OI, so. Just don't subscribe. We're full up. I get an order on the bid for one contract. Watch the orders go from 200 to 1, then back to over 200. Did everyone but me get a fill? Well, sounds like everyone ahead of you did. Thanks, Richie. Tesla on its way back to 200? I haven't really looked at it much today. It's testing resistance. Well, failing the trend. That's actually pretty bearish. Ooh. Do I want to short Tesla here? I can't more? It's a nice opportunity. Hmm. I did not look at Tesla's options chain last night. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to get fucked by Google and Microsoft earnings, so I'll stay away from it for now. But it's a decent setup. Thoughts on shorting coin here? Surely an ETF would be bearish for them. No, less trading. Less trading, but BTC could rocket, so I feel like that's just a risky short. Thanks, Jen Jen. Trying to get better at trading. 1 week out price predictions. I believe SPX will go to 225 in a week. So buy a long put butterfly. Is this needlessly complex for that hypothesis? Yeah. Yeah. Quick, play the bear song. I have calls. JK, fuck the bulls. That was a round trip. I just grabbed a weekly Tesla call before you said that. Mm. Yeah, I wonder if I should hedge. Actually, maybe, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll just take some of my Tesla puts off the table. I guess I don't really need to hedge anything. They're all in the money. Maybe I'll, yeah. Maybe I'll cut the covered calls and close like half the November 17s. I gotta see what that'll do to my break even. When circle jerk of rich fucks who got rich off liquidity finally lose their asses. Once they've ensured that they won't lose their asses, dork. I need to look into it more. Does Coin hold all that much? I mean, they have a lot of assets under management. Well, not I guess not under management. Assets under cancer. I haven't had a lot of sleep. Custody, thank you. Aren't some of the ETFs going to use coin as clearing or something? I have no idea. Maybe. I don't think it's a good short though. I don't understand why. What's the point, right? It's not like you're gonna fucking kill it on it, even if it does go down a little. And the risk is just vastly greater than any potential reward. Mm. J&J filing bankruptcy. That's the rumor. Are my old 4300C for tomorrow safe? Not necessarily. Fair enough. If it tests 110 again, it might be a decent swing. Maybe. I don't know. I just wouldn't fuck with it. There's going to be so much volatility risk. And to assume that the market's going to make the same assumption as you, right? Which is pretty fringe. Might not be the case, right? Echo Eversky. If money is speech, then why are there FINRA day trading rules when it's me screaming at the markets? I don't I don't even know what the fuck that means. Thank you. Why is J&J still greater than 150 if it's potentially filing for bankruptcy? It hasn't filed for bankruptcy. This looks like shit. It, but it doesn't look like enough shit, dork. I need it to be shittier. You know what I mean? Check DM. Ooh, interesting. Mm. Does the J&J potential bankruptcy affect the KView long play? No. It might be bullish. If they start filing for bankruptcy, investors may switch over. Your trades aren't limited, though. It's a very tinfoil legal theory. I need SPX to hit 20 stat. What have you done? I think it'd be smarter for them to try to pump their upside range before the auction. Although, you know, they haven't been very successful so far. Lawsuits, odorous Dan. After some backtesting, SPX price seems to really respect the standard deviation of VWAP. Any validity to that, or am I in a confirmation bias spiral? I mean, there's some. VWAP is a market measure of, you know, like kind of your neutral point, right? So, you know, in a similar way that we look at options neutrals, it's less accurate, obviously, but yeah, I mean, dealers tend to play a role in mean reversion. So no, it's not just confirmation bias. I mean, you've got a little bit sprinkled in there, but for the most part, that's accurate. But that also depends on VIX, right? You'll see the respect of that standard deviation break down significantly if VIX rises. Who's doing all the heavy lifting? The Mag 7? I mean, if this was a Head and Shoulders, which it weekly is, it's already reverted back to the neckline, right? Fubo's trying to bounce, but like you said earlier, the volume isn't there. It's up 7% today. I don't know how much more you want. Lots of people are dumb enough to buy the Mag 7 right now. Funds, pensions, anybody speculating on earnings, market makers. Don't forget that analysts are projecting growth in the fourth quarter of like 12%. We found support. I told you. Too soon, right? We still need more. We still need more interest to the downside before we can really break down. Although, yeah, you're right. If we lost 42.25, but also if we triple test the long-term trend, we might break it. There'll be more buyers to the upside on futures here if we move up if we move back up above 42.55. Yeah, I mean just like systematic, but they'll be there. It wasn't that violent. Nah, that'll just recover. Right? The fuck? Hmm. Yeah. It's still pretty low volume on ES. Hmm. Whoever's pushing yields down ran out of money. The long end of the curve is still underwater. Based on the daily DD, we're waiting for Jimmy to show covering of synthetics. Do we see that? A little bit. Very little, but a little bit. Historic resistance at 4240 aside, could this be getting defended? Since losing this point puts JPM's baby color long puts 10k in the money. JPM's puts are at 4050. Are you just referring to like the amount of additional hedge picked up on a drop? I mean, some they're in December, so that they have some Vega pull already. Far less than anything out the money, but how high could we realistically see GME this week? If GME breaks 1550, there's a good chance it sees Gamma Max. Briefly. Would you stop asking me about random financial advisors with names like Phil My Crack, Popular Quantum Mechanics? You could do whatever you want at Gamma Max. If call buying picks up, it can break Gamma Max. Gamma Max can rise. Seriously, Dork, what the fuck is going on with this, man? Look at this shit. Liquidity's been like that for like 2 days now. Any professional in any field would never have a username like that. My brokerage account almost got liquidated yesterday. Closed out the wrong end of a spread. Ooch. Did you then close out the other end of the spread? Or no? Does the data show anything to help predict ups or downs in the near term? When is the auction? 1 p.m. 50 minutes. Ooh, GME's starting to burn through liquidity here. That's cool. A little faster would be nicer, though. I'm up 11.7K on my GME options today. Do you have any options data suggesting that GME is topping out now? Borrow rate on iBorrow keeps going down. Could be covering. And lending pools are disincentivized, right? So I mean, if they're not hitting the lending pool right now and the price is going up, that's a good sign at this point. So I made 11K on a $1 move on GME. Cough, over leveraged, cough. Maybe he just owns 11,000 shares. Also, the available shares is down 1 million. So when do we keep borrow rate to short in a couple days? Possibly. Is this why watching paint dry feels? A little bit, yeah. This is pretty fucking boring. Hmm. Volume on Jumia is definitely higher than normal. It's picking up. We're almost at 2 million now. Hmm. All right. Okay. There we go. It's a little more overextended than I wanted it to be, but the price is good. XVX overnight gap fill possible? If we fill that gap, we're probably gonna drop pretty hard. Yep, like now. Well, more importantly, below 42.25. Gamma all the way down to 42.25 is pretty flat. So, a bounce off of 42.25 is and back to 42.50 is not out of the question at all. Under 42.25, it gets bearish as fuck. Speaking of that, maybe Just one, right? If I can buy it for $1, I'll buy it. 15. Buy that for $1, I'd buy it. Say it, bearish. Not until we break 25. Would anything be more beautiful than SPX correcting while GME OPEXs? SS would be so pumped. They might already be. We're going to see ES 4250, aren't we? Maybe like 4240. Maybe lower. 4236.50. Remember, if we fall under 4216 today, the market maker starts selling the flat tape and shit gets really ugly. It'll be very hard for them to hold their Vega risk 4200 if that happens. Good. Fuck them. Oof. Interesting. Somebody's gonna get murdered there. So she's dumping. Curious. Tesla's dropping. Hold on, 72. All right. I'll buy that for $1. Running Man meme. If we break 43.30, continue down 25, 20, 15, that would be bearish. 25 and 16 are very important levels. 20s doesn't really matter. What's the reason for the sell-off? Positioning just turned. There might be escalation. That might be driving some of this, but like with the Middle East conflict. But I'm not really paying attention to that right now. I'm sure there is. There's always escalation. One of Trump's lawyers pleaded guilty in the Georgia case today. Hamas freed 2 Israeli captives. The U.S. is trying to discourage a ground invasion. France is trying to escalate shit. And then Tom Emmer is nominated as House Speaker. Something bullish, Kirk. Sheesh. VIX won't stay sub 20 if we fall below 42.25. If they do a ground invasion, they will get smoked. Nobody knows those people that those people did in the tunnels. What? Who cares that the DTCC's website is down? Probably because you fucks keep checking it. It's built to support like 4 users. On a Pi-Fi news network, the Farmville in a flak jacket in Israel. Boots on the ground. Why would we want to escalate the conflict even further? We're racking those hedgies today, man. Let's go GME. We're all here for you, rooting on it. We can make it happen to go back to the moon again like it was just yesterday. Oh, Heathdill. Naive, naive child. How about we run $5 and then forget about it for 6 more months? Classic Gurk with the Occam's razor explanation. Wrong question. Why wouldn't America want war? I don't know. Do you have an answer for that? YouTube's censoring comments. They do that. Our economy can't handle funding another war. Bullshit. Don't ever underestimate the US's role as conflict financier number one. We're so into financing war, a lot of the times we'll just finance both sides of it. They're trying to shake me out of my GME calls. They can't shake me out. I've accepted max risk as max loss. Make this fill that gap, bro, Chacho. What's the interest rate on that financing? Your country's soul. What happens when the places we're financing don't pay us back? That never happens. We play both sides so that we always come out on top, Cobra. I sold 160 GME puts last week. I got assigned with profits. I'm up my most ever post OPEX. I just sold 60, 11, 17, 13, 50, and 14 CCs to lock in some profits. Did I sell them out too far in time? Probably. Why would you sell cover calls on GME when it's going up? Few stocks I kind of want to own just to have their tickers in my port. Krispy Kreme, Fastenal, and Harley Davidson. It's just donut. There's no Z. It's D-Nut Fast Hog. US government, same like Delta Neutral. More like a 60-40 fund. Talking about the good old United States war straddle. Yep. Sorry to disappoint you, Grim, too. Girk, they're selling CCs during an OPEX. Run confirmed. 60/40 funds got straight LMT in the last 2 years. It's just such a shit strategy. I don't know why it's still so popular. Fucking boomers just love throwing their money in them. It's like, well, these 20 years we beat the SPX by 5% a year. And then this year we lost all of those gains. How do we show the overnight gap on the WeBull chart? Like that? I'm thinking about doing bear call spreads 1 month out if we hit Gamma Max. If we hit Gamma Max on GME, I'm going to sell my entire position at whatever in the money strike will support it for like Jan 2025. If we don't hit Gamma Max, I might just sell my entire position. I will be the alpha and the omega. Girk, stop. You can't sell. Why? It's my worst performing asset by like a long shot. Why would I keep it? You can claim it as a loss at the end. I'm tired of micromanaging covered call positions every week. It's fucking boring. He's playing 7D chess. It's not my best. Girk is finally breaking up with GME. Getting there. If it runs, I'll sell in the money cover calls. If it doesn't run, I'll keep it. And if it doesn't run enough, I'll just sell it all. So if we only get to like 17 or 18, fuck it. Sir, the Pickle Man is preparing to provide liquidity. Pump it. I wonder if I just put my limit sell order in now, if Kenny will just meet me in the middle. That's just more profitable to, like, at this point, it's more profitable for me to just sell spreads on it when it runs than to just keep hanging on to the long-term holdings. Also, if the market's gonna crash, I don't want to watch my GME go to $3. I've had enough heart attacks. Stop writing that in chat. I'm not going to read it out loud. It's ridiculous nonsense, D2H. Anyway, you can turn off the floating emoji thing. It covers the chat some. I think it has to be done by the streamer. I don't know how. I've tried. I've turned off the emoji thing, and they're still there. And now they've given me the option to pump out emojis, so it blocks the chat that I can read on my computer. So it's even more annoying now. Stop spamming them. Lightning Warrior in the GME community will disown you if you sell. Who gives a shit? I'm not gonna watch my GME go to like $7 or $8. Fuck that. No way. If we dropped below gamma neutral here, I was about to sell anyway. I'm not doing it. Sometimes you're in an abusive relationship and you need to walk the fuck away. Well, it's gamma neutral. It's at like 1150 or something. What's the chance that the auction in 20 minutes causes a bullish market response? It'll be muted at these prices. There's a slim chance if it printed under spot, but spot's not really that high right now. Spot on the 2 years below the federal funds rate. So I don't think it's gonna print the left tail. Sounds like the streamer can disable live reactions. Okay. Where? Okay. It's off. And they're still there. I walked away from Jimmy at 22 and at a heavy loss, sadly. But you're back in it. If you take away live reactions, how do you know what I'm feeling? I know how much you care. I see you are, Carl. Thanks. Be free, Pickle Man. Swim and flock with your fellow pigeon whale brethren. Drop that pile of poo-poo. Okay, that pile of poo-poo still yields like 40% annualized, right? So don't knock it unless you're doing better on something else. I just want out of it because I think the market's gonna crash over the next like 6 to 8 months. And I don't want to fucking own it at the top. Yeah, I'm back in GME to try to make up the losses I sustained. Oh, nothing better than revenge trading. Will you buy the bottom? Maybe. Still a liquid. Depends what the bottom is. If you sell your GME, I'll be forced to watch Uncle Bruce and start investing in SPACs and eating bagels with grape jelly. Next thing, I'll move to Canada. Do you feel like you'd get more donations if you ate more bagels on stream? I don't know. I'm not actually sure what increases the rate of donations. I thought like the Ko-Fi is really just like paying to shit post publicly, right? It's for like when you have a really good shit post and you don't want it lost in chat. Or on days when NW makes money. Like, rationally, how does GME grow as a business? They have to compete with Steam, and Epic has failed to do that. It's a real long shot for GME to generate new revenue streams. They have to change their business model. But Cohen doesn't seem to be willing to do that, at least not right now. And I don't feel like holding the bag while he continues to dilute to push growth in the future. Like I don't want to own a stock where the growth potential is the 3-year note, right? Like why would I like take on that risk? I can buy risk-free 5%. And then I can margin that risk-free 5% into slightly riskier 5%. Yell more and promise me financial freedom. I'm sorry. Taking your shirt off would increase donations. Am I right, folks? Twat waffle? How dare you? Thank you so much. You too, 1 second guy. A few minutes ago, you assured me that VIX would go over 20 if we slipped 42.25. VIX didn't cross 20 until 42.22.50. Well, to that I say shill, shilly shill, 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 shill. Hugs and kisses. Thanks, Lawrence of Arabia. Thank you, guys. You've attracted a group of degen gamblers and insecure 20 to 40-year-olds for the most part. Donations should be no problem. You get more donations if you swipe to the camera and growl like a bear. Maybe if we drop below 4,200 today. If you sell, SS wins. No, they don't. One step further away from those fucking nut jobs, the better. Why does it feel oh so good to see meta tanking? I don't know. Do you have puts on it? I do. That's... Thank you for not being the shill you've been accused of being for years. Well, I mean, maybe GME runs to Gamma Max and I just sell covered calls. Now all I want is shirtless Gurk growling and swiping at the camera like a bear. Meta got sued. What's new? But you have all the real shares. Can you keep one share for the memories? Fuck no. I don't have weird attachments like that. Also, I have one. I have a paper share somewhere. I spilled coffee on it and put it somewhere to dry, and now I don't know where it is. I guess it's 4 paper shares now, actually. I could cut it up into 4 pieces. Destroy the float 1 paper share at a time. That's the way to do it, Dork.
But no, you can give Fidelity like $100 to get a physical certificate. 2-year auction in 8 minutes. I don't know where the fuck it is. Check out yields. Hmm. So if the 2-year prints of the fat tail, the long end's gonna pump. And the short tail market pumps? It could be. It could be with my pink duct tape. I haven't seen it since I moved, I don't think. So, yeah, it might be in my storage. Jimmy losing its chub? It's just not doing anything. It's up on the day. It's up like 6%. That's on IWM? I don't have any right now. I don't know. It's not something I really pay attention to. I told you yesterday, I only look at it occasionally when I think there's some reason to. The two-year note auction at 1 p.m. It's me, BK. It's a Treasury auction. Wasn't that me? I don't know. There's too many people asking me about fucking IWM. excuse us for being poor. You're excused. Jimmy's not going to $69. I'm having a pretty good day, mortal. Back to 25 before the auction. Jimmy runs at 130. It's almost 1269. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Mm. Is it 5.093? Is that what it came in at? Oh, 5.055. So a little bit of a left tail on it. That doesn't seem very bullish. I mean, it's like a 0.04 shortfall. It tightens the spread a little, but I don't think it's very very relevant. Pump tech time? I don't really know what there is to pump off of this. Yields are starting to move back up again. So yields dropped a little bit into the auction, but now they're already like the 5 year or 30 years or 30 and 20 year are already both moving back up. The 10 years are moving up a little bit. So like the spread difference created by the 2 years already eaten up. I don't think it matters. Maybe it hasn't been realized on the 10 yet, but I don't think it was significant enough. If the 2 year came in like below 5, maybe that would have been crazy. But this just doesn't seem like it's changed the positioning all that much. They might fight back a little harder for 42.25 now, but there's a pretty decent ramp to the downside still. Hmm. ES is back at testing 42.50 right now. Yeah, I think maybe this just keeps breaking down. They'll have to they'd have to buy so many fucking calls. Small hedge. Ugh. $35.45. Oh.
515, 235.
Obligatory is this Moana? It's 1269. I kind of do Serenity juxtaposed. You might not be wrong. You think this breaks down into end of day? I think if they fucking fail this pump, they're in deep shit. Yeah. Hmm. Never forget the mysterious Moana donation guy. I haven't. 1269 short. They definitely watched the stream. Don't tell me it's not worth trying for it. You can't tell me it's not worth dying for it. You know it's true. Everything I do it for you. Uh Ooh. They fucked it. I hedged and they fucked it. Of course they did. Motherfuckers. Useless shit bulls. If we close below 42.16, what will tomorrow look like? If we drop below 42.16, tomorrow will look like under 4,200. No, 42.16 is the next step. They may still defend like charm on the monthly contract from flipping negative. Tech can't rescue sub 42.16 overnight. You really think their earnings are going to be that good? I mean, it's Google and Microsoft. It's not like they're going to surprise to the upside. They're extremely mature businesses. What is it, Carl? Pee pee poo poo. Nice. What if they say AI 500 times each? Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. They're growth companies? The mini Jensen bobblehead told me so. Microsoft paving the way for the future. Alright, I'm gonna get something for lunch. I'll be right back. Rick is out for his regular lunch where he buys Lucy's and Scratchers. That hurts, Barodactyl. You should look back at your chat history. Your mods were up to no good. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Ugh. I already saw it, Carl. All right. You and Dork are both getting timed out. Can you make GME run? No. Not personally. Well, I wouldn't. Is it $1 billion pump yet, Dork? God, if this fucking turns around, I'm gonna be pissed. Get fucked, Dork. How many more tests of 4255 before we bracket back to 4350? That's a good question. What a fucking piece of shit. God damn it. I dislike this price action. The worst part about all of this is even if we pump to like 4240 now, we'll probably end up failing. Oh, that would be cool. I'm gonna burn a fucking day trade. That's exactly what I wanted to avoid. I get one tomorrow, but then I don't get another one until Friday. Hmm. I don't think they're done yet. I mean, they got some de-risking done. In advance of the print. Now the print wasn't bad, right? It just wasn't. It wasn't like bullish, so they're probably not going to get a lot of liquidity to pump again, but they'll probably still pump for another opportunity to de-risk. Oh, thanks, Atomic. So does it look like 134 billion tendered, 51 billion sold. High yield 5.055, low yield 4.95. The median is 5.01. 63% of the bid came in at high though. Yeah, so a little less demand for the 2-year. Why are you contemplating on using your day trade on a break up that fails? Which we may still have a little more of in the tank. Would you buy 2D poots? I don't know. Maybe. Meta being sued by 44 states for abusing children for profit, a big deal? Might be. You're selling your GME position? Not today. The GME tips look almost the same as they did this morning. Bullish. We'll see. I'm gonna look to like 42.63 on ES for a rejection here. So that should be like 42.40 roughly. We're not getting a ton of call interest building up. And someone's buying puts. 30 and 20. Yeah, I think I use my day trade on this spread if it goes in the money. Do you think about Microsoft, Google earnings and after hours both miss? I don't necessarily have an expectation that they'll both miss, but I don't think that they will beat estimates by any wild amount. The way they allow that legal precedent on child exploitation and labor. What legal precedent on child exploitation? I haven't looked at it at all. I don't know what they're. Is it like child influencers? How did GME tips look this morning? They're in the fucking daily TT. Go look at them. Is there a reason you don't box the spreads? Neither of them were high enough to be for it to be worthwhile. There's about a 42.35 straddle. Do you think both can print? Possibly, yeah. Your child factories are next. You should be paying attention just because you went underground. No, Jensen took all the child laborers. He's using them to crank soft goods now. Knowingly exploiting young people and designing their platforms to make them addicting to young people has a certain je ne sais quoi to it. But everyone's known that they've been doing that for the last 5 years. That's what TikTok does. That's what social media is. Whatever happened to that small business CEO who ran sweatshops and went to high school with your cat lady neighbor? Fucked off back home, thank God. Which unfortunately isn't far enough away. But did she mention she's back all the time? Like bed bugs. No, she didn't buy me a stove. Biter, scratcher, but Are small gaps like 42, 41 relevant intraday? It's not irrelevant. It's obviously small. I mean, the market maker can take the loss. It's not going to kill him. And I don't think there's a gap there on ES, so it's not that big of a deal. Is the market going to chop until earnings tonight? I fucking really hope not. Clowns are having their metal tested. I think they might be found lacking. Why do you want to see my nipples? Surface Smurf. Want to rub peanut butter on my chest, jelly on yours, and wrestle on a bed laden with sourdough bread? Yeah, actually, that sounds like fun. Tom Lee signature cloud candle version 4.2.069. Oh, algo may kick in. They need a little bit higher to do that. If frickin' futures fails the test of 4260, they're not in a really good spot. Would you ever own Hood? Probably not. Carl shows up to your apartment with all the ingredients. Not sure if you'd be freaked the fuck out or giddy. Both. I think if Jimmy feels VWAP that it's done for this OPEX. Statistically, we very rarely run on Wednesdays. It's true. Jimmy looks fine. Papa Pow messaged me to say that if you show your calf, the market will get scared and go back into its hole for another 3 months. Hmm. But it's Tuesday, so we're not running tomorrow, is what you're saying. No one said that. Tomorrow is the end of T+2. Bips, 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 bips. Girk's hog is the size of a chopped cheese sandwich, and Jay Fresh loves all dicks. Nice, bub. How do you even see through the fog of the smugness? I can't. Vix looks like it's getting walked down a dark alley. Hopefully it breaks away soon. I'm not married to Darth. Smug fog is his kingdom. He doesn't need to see past it. If you're not married, then whose gift registry did I buy something off of? I don't know. Ooh, I should do that for wedding season next year. I'm just gonna pretend like I'm getting married and then just submit other people's gift registries and see if you guys buy them shit. Child exploitation and labor. Are we talking about Hyundai? No, Meta. Remind me to make a fake wedding registry and invite you to my wedding. I've bought gifts for weddings that I didn't attend. It might work. Better yet, make a gift registry yourself, then take the stuff people buy you and gift the stuff you don't like to your friends. Ooh. Nice try, Dork. Wedding season is the most Manhattan thing you've said. People do that here. I don't know why. It's very East Coast. People like to get married in the late spring through early summer. I'm tired of having my long dated options fluctuate 30% in price intraday. Sounds like you're overexposed to Delta. Greg's eggplant parm recipe. Cut the eggplant in half, scoop a large portion of the meat out, stuff with ketchup, bagged mozzarella, and pre-ground basil leaves. Coat with canola oil. Place in air fryer at 420 for 6.9 minutes. Best served one day later after chilling in the fridge. Nice try. In 2019, I went to like 17 weddings. It was awful. That sounds pretty bad. I think my record's like 6. Well, the thing is like a bunch of my friends are like fin bros, and they get married every year to new people. Record 6 minutes in bed. Fucking legend. 6 weddings in the wedding season, Carl. We could wrestle over that sourdough all night. What most of chat doesn't know is if they had just finished options as a strategic investment, They would have seen the eggplant parm recipe. I was only friends with like 3 of the people getting married. The remaining 14 were the wife's extended family and friends. Jesus. I mean, if you're only married for a year, you're not splitting your assets. What the fuck do people invite a fucking billion people to their weddings? Like, what the actual fuck? Gifts, bro. Gifts and envelopes stuffed with money. If you have like a big enough family and you can hold down like 3 weddings in a year, you could buy a house. If you spend 75K on the wedding, no, her dad pays for it. It's not your fucking problem. Make your best man speech for your buddy's second wedding. Good to see some familiar faces and some new ones. My my last best man speech started with it's good to see that you found one other person in the world willing to lower their standards enough to sleep with you. Don't say that, Dork. I hedged the upside like an asshole. Goddamn shill. It was prudent, all right? And now you own his house. Now it's a different guy. Started off with not financial advice, but I'm full porting the 30-year if it hits 8%. I agree that it was prudent. We'll stop yelling. But red candle, so Gork is a shill. We're just gonna close here, Dork, and you know it. Right in the middle of the risk. Isn't it at max loss? No. I don't think so. Wait. It's gotta be close, though. What are we at? Nope, it is. It's currently at max loss. So yeah, this is where we close. Best possible price. Ooh. I see what you're trying to tell me there, Dork. Are you trying to tell me to use my day trade on my garbage hedge? Pick up that sweet $65. How many DTE do you usually sell GMECs for? I usually split them up, like 7, 14, 21, and then rotate them. Sometimes I sell 30. Here comes 4260 ES again. Yeah, we caught a bid. We caught a bid at 4250, 350. Bullish. One and the whole, like the one, the four, the daily, the weekly, the monthly, they all look like shit, Bob. Even the 15-minute looks like shit. So does the 5, and the 1 kind of does too. I don't know about the 30-second, but I assume it doesn't look great either. Taylor, you could short FICO? Yes, spend that on zero GTs. My wife is looking all dolled up today. She says it's for a facial downtown with some coworkers, but I thought the facial was what the makeup artist did when they got downtown, and I'm confused. Did she put dinner in the oven for you? But have you scaled the time frame to match the temporal fib retracements since the Mayan calendar ending date? Hmm. I don't know. The rocks weren't giving off a positive frequency. It didn't seem like a good idea. If you ever marry, always separate assets. Have the majority of money hidden somewhere where the law can't touch it. Treat it like a trade. Use only 2% of the account size. Manage the risk. She gave me $20 for pizza. Well, then don't worry about it. Carl shouldn't have quit his job. Are they shorting GME again? Did they get more liquidity on GME in the pre-market? They got more liquidity on GME in the intraday. I don't think they're really shorting it very hard. I don't even know if there's enough gas in this tank to break up more. That looks kind of bullish. They're still selling puts. Oh shit. literally not worth the effort. What? A pump? Yes, it is. Stop being salty. Oh, I would very much like us to close it open. That would be super cool. Why did you awkwardly leave like that? My food was ready. They're just trying to their best to keep it at 42.35 for me. Hmm. Here comes another pump. They're gonna try for it again, Dork. What's for lunch? I have a stuffed chicken breast and a small salad I made. Does positioning strengthen to the upside at all? Not really. There's a little bit of interest up to like 42.50, and then after that it kind of falls off. Ooh, artichoke. Call buying. Heavier call buying? At the 40, 45, and 50? Chance of a GME run, kind of dead. No. Campbell's soup is the worst. Do you like artichokes? Yeah. Russia sends fighter jets as 2 US bomber drones approach its border. Exciting. Correction, Russia sends its only 2 fighter jets. Show of force greater than actual force. I'm a poor. What other canned soups are worth buying, eating? Just make a pot of soup and jar it. Like, if you were actually poor, that's what you do. You know how many jars of soup you can get out of, like, one stock pot? So many. You assume we have jars. Other shit comes in jars. They're reusable. You can reuse jars. Did you know that? Pour your soup in your wine bottles. Pretty sure if you're actually poor, you can't afford the fresh ingredients for soup either. And your jars are just bulk chicken noodles. Chicken noodle concentrate the soup kitchen gives out. You got a whole nother set of problems then, besides what type of soup to eat. How do you make meatballs? It's like half beef, half pork, flat leaf parsley, splash of white wine, grated Parmesan, or Pecorino Romano. Some few tablespoons of breadcrumbs, fine. Not panko. Some milk. You could toss an egg yolk in there too if you want. My Campbell's Chunky Soup is free. I order from Amazon Subscribe and Save, and they always come dented and damaged, and then they refund me the full purchase price. You're really winning the game of capitalism there until you get a nice dose of botulism in one of those dented cans. Who can afford milk and eggs in this economy? I have dozens of eggs at my house. Dry Cheerios? What are you, a toddler? Does the meatball roll up or down once we break out of this range? That's kind of downhill till 4250, and then very steep uphill after that. Gaff, you don't even make your own meatballs, man. Don't act like you know what eggs cost. I assume more than they used to be, since my kava has also gone up. Oh, wait. I was walking around the other night, and I want to know if this is your kava. It's important. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that your kava, Gaff? Oh, okay. 38th and Broadway. I thought you were more to the north of Midtown. Well, now I feel like I went to the wrong kava. Streamer stocks chat. Well, Gaff, if you're ever at that kava, shoot me a DM and we'll share a meatball like Lady and the Tramp. No, they really want 4250 on ES. Wait, does your kava accept Cardano as payment, Gaff? Because I tried to pay at the kava I went to with Cardano, and they laughed in my face. Try not to spend too much time on the east side. Wow. I see how it is. Are we out of hope for more downside today? Not necessarily. But I could see things pumping all the way into tech earnings. Now I'm picturing with you each with your mouth on the same meatball. I know you hate spaghetti, but it might give you a more personal space. I don't see the problem. No need to spend more time in this trash heap than necessary. That's not a nice way to talk about your home, New Jersey. Is there more room here to the upside? Yeah. If we break 42.63, we can run all the way up and retest the long-term trend. I used to go to the Kava in Boston's financial district. Kind of meh. I mean, Boston. You guys think Dunkin' Donuts is good? I'm doing alright, Dork. How you doing? Green candle? Yeah. Few of them. If you could do anything other than trading, what would you do? I don't like this hypothetical. Well, no, your candles are blue and not green. They're technically mint. Rims and Tims, seeing my junk is not going to help you get over her, man. You got to move on. This is unhealthy. Would GME have been better off if RC hadn't split the stock? I mean, it would have been a lot more fun. And all the institutional options traders wouldn't have run away. We broke 42.63 on futures. Next stop, 81.50. No, I'm just kidding. There's really not a lot of calls to the upside here. Ooh, I should check tomorrow. Maybe there's more calls to the upside for tomorrow. Nope. Huh. Like, what's pushing the cover bid here? I think they're just squeezing out short calls, but VIX is going down. Jamie would have MOASed if not for Moonjam and Bastille Day. I mean, this is like the top of the fucking call interest here. A little bit at 55 and 60 coming in. But not a lot. I'm gonna fucking close this. Nope, not yet. Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that was Carl. Spoofs are big sellers advertising on ES 4272. No, those aren't sold, Dork. I, I'm I'm pretty sure those aren't sold at least. Nope, no support's built up. This all still looks like shit to the downside. A little hard to drop below 42.45, but if we drop below 42.40, like back to the gap, it gets pretty bearish again. So something's got to come in to keep the bid up, otherwise we're setting a lower high here. Yeah, I don't see any range above this. Maybe one more bounce to 50, but if it does, it's going to get rejected right away. There's no liquidity. Maybe try to pull back risk at 25. Close the day lower, but VIX down. It seems advantageous at least. Like if we move back to, well, not open, but $50 BPS, but VIX is sub 20. That's kind of a win, right? We didn't fill all of that gap from this morning. This market looks like poo poo. I think I sold the top of that. Yeah. I sold the, well, the 35.45 spread for like a little over 100%. But now I'm locked into the rest of it. Bought some 4240p 0 DTEs here. Yeah, that might not be bad. Gamma's pretty flat to the downside. Put walls at 55 and 60. Fucking basically no call interest. If they're buying calls, they're buying a lot of delta. But it looks like calls are closing. Are we about to kablooey? I don't know if they're. I mean, if they're buying something with delta, it's harder to see, right? Like we're not really looking for that. Like, and if they are the net, like it's here. I'll show you. Like the only strike there, yeah, the only strike there with that's positive is 65. And I'm pretty sure those are just more sold calls. Yeah. So maybe, yeah, maybe like a little bit more chop before people start going long puts. They sold at the bottom. It did something dumb. What was it? Your money's not settled yet. How bad could it be? Still not time to sell CCs on GME? I mean, I'm not selling them right now. I bought 275p weeklies on Meta. Only a few. Nothing better than buying the news, Popcorn Trader, before earnings. What happens when a sold SPX spread expires between your strikes? Well, it's cash settled, so there's no pin risk. It's just the difference from spot to your sold strike. So say you sold a 42.45 and we close at 44 or 42.48. You have a debit of $3. And that's offset by whatever your credit was. If earnings are estimated, do you think we just chop here until FOMC while they de-risk their garbage? That's possible. Yeah, we could between like 4,200 and 4,300. This is an inverse head and shoulders on the 5. It's kind of lopsided, but sure. But this would also be the breakout, right? And like the breakout's still lower than the prior high, which is like not a good sign. Descending inverse head and shoulders aren't very bullish anyway. And then failing to break the higher high is really not bullish. How good can Meta 3 earnings be? Meta earnings be? They come out with a fleshlight attachment for the Oculus 3 or something. I mean, Meta just kind of always makes the same amount of money. The real question about Meta earnings is like how much did Zuckerberg, how much of the shareholder money did Zuckerberg blow on, you know, building his fantasy island? They came out with a camera for Instagram that no one likes. I didn't know that there was Meta News. I'm not regretting my choice. All gas, no brakes. Uh, I wish you the best, Popcorn. Godspeed, regard. Okay, I think now we're getting more call selling. Ooh. Yeah, this is gonna be a weird spot, but I think call selling, reposition, then downside dork over the next like 45 minutes. Give me a second, guys. I need a breakout. It's not looking good, man. If they de-risk the 4250, this will get spicy. The marble is at the top of the hill. Actually, the hill goes up like 2 more strikes. It's whatever you want it to be, Cobra. Did you mention anything about the GME OPEX run? No. GME's up 5% today. It's a good start. You're forgetting that I own 4240 puts, so we actually can't go down. But you're forgetting that I own 4240 puts, and we can. GME, biggest upside move in months. Chat, GME dead. Can't make this shit up. Is it a marble because it's going to roll super fast to the bottom and not a meatball that's going to get stuck at every resistance? Might be more of a meatball. I mean, but poopy pants. If GME tests Gamma Max, I'll 30x my options. The meatball is on the cannoli. I repeat, the meatball is on the cannoli. Show me. Show me your cannoli, Doric. Sounds like we found our safe word. I understand. Take the meatball, marry the cannoli. Wait, hold on. I want to keep a live tracker of the meatball's progress. Yeah, the meatball can roll left. Nope, that is not GME expected price. This is the SPX meatball. Lol, meatball tracker. I feel like it's giving people a good visualization that they can grasp. This is the top tier content that keeps me coming back for more. Exactly. This is better than the pimento. I think I want this indicator. No, I need it. What are you willing to pay for it? YouTube shadow banning me for telling this absolute sack to end itself. Tell it to stop. Stop that, YouTube. Dave's a professional. WeBull needs to change sliding stops to meatballs. Probably. Oh. Meatball needs to be red. Probably, yeah. Ooh, even better. This is where the marinara is. Oops. Oh my god, I could just update the meatball all day and I don't have to talk. I think my messages about the meatball is being shadow banned. It's possible. I'm staring at this fucking meatball. Was the marinara lava? Yeah. Who originally pushed the meatball uphill? Put capitulation and some call buying. The fuck is their target with this pump? I don't know if there is one. Ooh, it's power hour. How would Chef Boyardee do this to us? It's a pretty big meatball. It's like a multi-billion-dollar meatball. I feel like I missed the most important thing that's ever been taught here. It's not a vegan meatball, it's a meatball. Otherwise, it'd just be a ball. No, it's not. It's just one meatball. Grim 2. Sorry. The meatball has nothing to do with GMA. Can't say that I have, James. This is pumping to de-risk over 4250, but they're failing to pump and still not de-risking. Do I have that right? Well, they de-risked some of the 4250 earlier and 4300, but no, they haven't started de-risking here yet. Although I assume they will as we get closer to the actual strike that's fucking sold. Or they start to lose this level due to the overwhelming bearishness of the market maker. You must understand that my family was poor, so we couldn't even afford Chef Boyardee. Don't worry, if you're poor, this chart's not for you. Ooh, you know what I could do? Hold on, I have a great idea. I can create a movable meatball. Oops. I can delete those. Open this back up. Boom. There we go. Now I can just move the meatball around. See? Needs cropping? Yeah, but I don't have time to do that right now. Oh, shit. The meatball slipped. If someone wants to send me a cropped meatball, I'll use that instead. What do you mean you don't have time? You just made a meatball chart for SPX. Listen, I've just distilled market maker exposure and SPX options interest on the largest, most liquid, one of the largest and most liquid options chains in the world, down into a fucking meatball on a hill. So, you know what? Take what you get. Oh, I like dorks. We're gonna use that dork. Perfect. New meatball incoming. Old meatball's gone. Now give us the vegan option. Get fucked. Swimming with the sharks, Gaff. Can the meatballs stay forever? I find it very comforting. Is that lava or marinara? Marinara. Why would you put Alfredo sauce on a meatball? Ew. I have a feeling this is going to turn into the bolometer, but the only thing that moves it is price. The bolometer was based on sentiment. This is much better. No, the breadcrumbs aren't going to make it float. Surface tension might help, though. Meatball sub is the dumbest culinary invention in the history of mankind. It's just an ethnic cheeseburger. What's your problem? I feel like this content deserves way more likes than this stream currently has. Someday they'll all pay attention. I figure I gotta burn through another 3 years of influencers. And then then I'll just have all the audiences. Meatball sub greater than chopped cheese? Absolutely. Where do you think we close? I don't know. It's up to the meatball. I feel like you've done more with Twitter in the past week than you have in the past year. Every once in a while, I want to argue with idiots, and I'm tired of arguing with the idiots on Reddit. I have to go find them on Reddit and pick fights, and Twitter just delivers them to me in a feed. That's amazing. And I get to talk shit on like bigger idiots on Twitter, right? Like Bill Ackman. When is the collab with Pastor Coin? Oh my god. I should reach out to him. What scares me most about Bill Ackman is there are people who ghost his plays. There's a lot of people that ghost his plays. Oh fuck. Meatball's moving up again, Dork. I don't even know who that is, Richie. I need the meatball to crash in the next 15 minutes. There's only one way to move the meatball. Who's a BTC hater? Me? I mean, yeah, but Where'd you get that from? Alert, alert. I have entered a 4250C, 4240p strangle, thereby ensuring the market today closes at 4245. Feel free to head home early and beat the traffic. You're welcome. The unforgiving Tesla bull that you ripped apart the other night. Oh. Was he one of the ones with the weird pants shitting kinks? What's with Tesla bulls and being really into shitting their pants and having other people shit their pants and just, just poop play in general? Don't yuck their yum. They're all literal toddlers. I mean, they can't read a balance sheet, but maybe they're German. No. Just as where RSS goes when they have figured a figurehead that actually affects stock price. Any earnings predictions tonight? I mean, it's Google and Microsoft. I'd be surprised if they missed. If they do, it won't be. It probably won't be that bad. Is the other side of the meatball curve downside? No. Why are they struggling here on SPX? Because there's no upside interest. The meatball. We, how deep do we want to get into this, Dork? What if I were to tell you that the meatball doesn't actually move? It just distorts space time around it. The cannoli is Jim Cramer's stubby peepee. We all want you to get as deep into the meatball as possible. Is the meatball the new pickle financial product? Can you link me to the white paper, please? Yeah, sure, no problem. Here you go, man. Am I winning the prediction contest? You're not losing, but you're doing worse than JFresh? Fuck. Are we getting into risk off territory here? ES is testing 4275. How are you doing? I didn't see yours. DM it to me. This price action's making me very salty about being stopped out of my call spreads on the 1205 candle. If it's any consolation, my call spreads just aren't even in the money. Are you playing any earnings today? No. I PM'd you mine. Why would I care about yours? Can Charmadillo push the meatball down the hill? No. Charmadillo is supporting the meatball currently. He's holding it aloft. Although, if we fall below like 42.42, then he's pushing it down. Did Todd make the meatball? Charmadillo's a traitor? Is the MM the chef and the meatball indicator? No. Hmm. We're getting some zero GTU call buying. 65.60. The 30 years pushing down pretty hard. What a day for Meatwad to not be in chat. Fair. Is there any way you can send me this in a PDF version? I would love to start using this in client presentations. I'll send you the licensing agreement. Tell these dummies that the meatball is on a hill. There's no kitchen and no chef. No problem, big wheeler, Cenas feeler. Made 20K on the day though. Nice. Can you sell something to hedge the upside? That might be an option. The accuracy and ridiculousness of Is Charmadillo holding up Todd's meatball is just why I love this channel and the quants. No problem, crypto. The best use of my air fryer is searing the meatballs before I saute them. You sear them when you saute them. How are you making your meatballs? No, I sear them in the air fryer. So you're just sticking wet meatballs in the air fryer, like raw, like the raw meatball in the air fryer? That can't give you a good sear. Quick, someone shiv Charmadillo. Wow, that's rough. What happens when the meatball gets over the hill? I don't know if you have to worry about that. Ugh. Price will start going up faster? You raw dog your meatball with Tinder hot thotties? We are same like. Alright. Tell your wife she's 10 minutes late for the facial. She asked me to set a reminder. The facial she's having with her coworkers. Check DM. It's meatball related. Oh, nice. I'll use this in the licensing agreement for the meatball. This just makes me want to start a hedge fund and also grow gray hair. I'm hungry. I'm gonna fuck off and get food. Enjoy the market crash. You'd not send me a chart before you go. Thanks, Dave. That's not even that bearish. All right, never mind. Call him green. Why can't every Fed member have an official Twitter? The volatility would be glorious. Don't forget to close half your Tesla puts. I already did earlier. You told a librarian to read a book? About a 4100 1 DTE SPX put. Do you think I'm going ITW with the spicy meatball? No. Can we break down now? Nope. If a woman asks you out on a date, should you pay? Just go Dutch. What if she has a mustache? Oh, then you foot the bill. I hate you. I put ketchup in my spaghetti. Everyone says I'm gross. Gherk, is this true? Am I gross? No, but your spaghetti is. What's not a joke? How much for a cameo? A what? You want me to come to an event? It's in the. Being dead serious. Scroll up. I don't see anything from you. Maybe you got blocked. Dump it to close. It depends. If she said you will take me out, you're playing. If she said I'd like to take you out, then you're still paying. Pontiff gets cameo. Yeah. If you want me to attend some sort of event or a business meeting, client presentation, Pontiff. I figure I deserve to get at least half of what JPOW gets. Is Jimmy gonna ride up that SPX meatball slide like a 5-year-old going the wrong way up a slide? I don't think you should ever use slides, meatballs, and 5-year-olds in the same sentence again, Malonzo. Do they buy enough 4255s to defeat the meatball slide? Maybe. Maybe even enough 4255s to push the meatball up. Hmm. Can you move the meatball above 50? It kind of is. You berate my food Gordon Ramsay style if pontiff, if you want. I've been away today and this meatball slide seems important. Should I scroll back to when you started drawing it? Or did you start talking about it even earlier than that? I don't know if I've really talked about it that much. This is like the third version of the meatball though, so you're way behind the development cycle right now. Can you move the meatball below 30? How dare you assume that I can just move the meatball around? God, we're just gonna end today at 4250, aren't we? Oh, that's so boring. I don't want that. Thanks for all the laughs and financial advice. I've lost thousands ghosting your plays. One of these days I'll like the stream. No homo. Is the meatball gonna be in the end of day wrap? No, maybe. Dad, the market's being a dipshit. The market's trying to close above Vega risk into tech earnings. That should tell you all you need to know. What time after close or earnings? I have no idea. Let's play a game. What number beer have I just cracked open? 6. Yeah, it's being a dipshit. I ate candy when I got to work, and now I'm sugar crashing with 5 hours left on the clock and less than 30 minutes of stream. Piss poor planning. I'm sorry to hear that, Jen. Do you want me to stream for another 5 hours? Are they cushioning the downside that may come out of earnings? Well, they're at least ensuring that some of their Vega risk is out of the money into earnings. Yes, please. I'm sure you do that. No, absolutely not. How many times does Microsoft plan on saying AI to save the market? /S? I don't know. It's a good question. Ooh. You know, it'd be really cool. Tanking into close. Meatball back to 4220. Ah, so little time. Fucking call wall at 4245. Bullshit. Thank you, random person. I appreciate that. Was there more? Thank you for being a great mentor. Thank you, random someone, for watching me draw meatballs on the SPX chart. What are you drinking? This? It's green tea? I could go on Discord or work. I guess I could work. Ew. Cheese on curry? That sounds like a British thing. Here's what Microsoft and Google will really say. AI has been nothing but a cash burn. We don't foresee profitability from AI in the next 5 years. I'm a freeloader. Thanks, Lugs. Japanese? Really? Interesting. Cheese on curry is not a British thing. That's disgusting. Well, it sounds British. So SPX accelerates if we go for 4265. Starts to. Hold on. Large oven police, open up. Yeah, they're back. Any chipper in Ireland or UK will give you a chips, cheese, curry, or chips, cheese, garlic dish. Okay. Oh, wear his skin and then I become the pickle. What the fuck? He blatantly just knocked on his table. That would be louder. That would be like, was it cat lady? Don't lie to me. You've been trying to squeeze into her for months now. No, I haven't. I've been trying to do the opposite. I don't want to ruin my super awesome living situation. Your house is literally too small for an oven. That's super awesome. New York is weird. Now, it would appear that they're going to cut down the small, like, countertop that separates my oven from my living room. And now my oven will just be part of my living room. I'm also pretty sure it's going to be wider than the wall behind it, but do you have a hood fan? Yeah. The cat neighbor's recently single friend, on the other hand. Yeah, well, that's a thing. Use your immense rugged handsomeness to woo the pumpers. Give the bears time for a massacre. We're just gonna close here, right? There's like 15 minutes left. Even if we slipped, we'd only slip to like 42, 40. They're just gonna destroy your kitchen and leave you an oversized stove. I don't know. They're extending the wall behind the stove, and they're gonna put in some kind of backsplash. They're gonna be here all fucking week now. They could have just bought a smaller stove. I guess at least the width of my stove and my range hood will match now. Currently, my range hood's like 12 inches wider than my stove. Your meatball's behind the curve. Yeah, a little bit. It's so nice of them to destroy your apartment for a stove that doesn't fit. You can join up with my kitchen with the oversized fridge. Huh. Are you measuring from the top of the meatball to the bottom or the midpoint? Let's try to keep it at the midpoint. Midpoint of the meatball. So it's pretty spot on right now. Are we gonna have an actual downside catalyst, or is this SPX behavior our fate for the next few months? Dollar's still going up. Barring a JPOW hike. JPOW might hike. Yields are falling. Yeah, that's gonna be awkward. Do you think tomorrow will be a good entry for November bear spreads? Maybe. It could also be too late. If Microsoft and Google shit the bed, that would be problematic. Do you think Microsoft will count that $28 billion in tax on their earnings? No, they won't. They appealed that. They will fight that in court for the next 10 years until the $2 billion that they deposited in another account has $10 billion they deposited in another account has doubled in price, and then they'll pay it. So they're just gonna invest, like, they'll invest 14 billion now, fight that shit in court for 10 to 20 years, and then by the time it's out of court and they've negotiated it down, they can just pull that money out of, like, escrow. I don't think they're going to remove any parts of a load-bearing wall, but what the fuck does Jamie have to do with Microsoft and Google? Until that 20 billion is worth 4 million. Yeah. Can you get that meatball ready to slide? It's always ready. It's a very stable meatball currently. You forgot the 20 billion they already made on the money they didn't pay. Well, they're not going to pull back their profits. The companies reporting tonight tend to be more truthful with their guidance than, say, Nvidia, right? Yes. Gork meatball, god damn it. Is it a Beyond meatball? No. That's a stable meatball. Is anyone else swinging a put only strangle? No. I'm actually gonna buy a straddle tonight. Look at that rapid defense of the downside. They about to get fucked? Did they just bull trap some bulls? Totally normal stuff. They don't want to risk off until after hours, right? Was that JFresh's Infinibid? Yeah. What's up, Carl? Thank you for creating an infographic of my current oven situation. I'm sure everybody will appreciate that. They want VIX to 19. Yeah. Clearly your meatball chart doesn't account for Sisyphus just constantly pushing this meatball up. It does. It does. What else would this straddle be? We've been trading at the same fucking strike for the last hour and a half. Big down on the menu for tomorrow. If earnings miss, yeah, I can see that. My Friday puts are looking forward to the JPOW speech tomorrow. Ooh, that's right. Yeah, he speaks at what? It's later in the day, right? I don't know if it's important. He's just doing like an opening delivery or something, like an opening speech to some event. It's after market close. Microsoft quarterly report specifically calls out that they own OpenAI, ChatGPT, and Jensen has nothing to do with it. Yeah, but if Nvidia's price drops by 50%, it's not like Microsoft's gonna pump. What expiry is your straddle? Friday. I already have some out of the money puts, so I'm not really worried about picking up theta on the put side right now. HE short just covering now? Is it? It's still at $12. It's been trading at $12 all day. Various spots at $12. My wife says she's enjoys straddles and strangles. You should do that for her, Carl. It's whatever kind of meatball you want it to be. Each straddle costs like 6K for Friday. Yeah, about. I shaved off a little, but that's roughly correct. I think my cost basis on them is like 55, 55.6. I won today. 42.40 is a no-go. Probably not. Yeah. We've only got 2 minutes left. GME weeklies back on the menu. Be interesting if GME closes above 14. Hmm. I just want to see GME IV hit 250 one more time. Probably not gonna happen. Are you staying for earnings? We might look at them. Oh fuck. This better not drop. Alright. No, 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 no. Don't you dare fuck me. That was close. Alright. Let's see. So the meatball closed the day at 50. Um so looking at that. So that puts us just under Vega risk going into earnings tonight. We'll see how tech earnings plays out. Google and Microsoft both report this evening. I believe Snap does as well, but no one gives a shit about that. Looks like a big green candle immediately upon market close on futures. That's now back to where we were. That's kind of volatile. Yields down today for the most part. Dixie, however, up 62 basis points. The short end of the curve turned up a little bit today, but yeah, the long yields fell off. Correlation drove back down as volatility fell off, and forward returns of volatility fell back below zero today, as did bond volatility. So a little less craziness here into earnings, but earnings could change that. I think as far as like the conflict stuff goes, Israel's still delaying the invasion of Gaza or military action on the ground, and so that's kind of keeping things calm for now. That may or may not last much longer. But remember that can always drive some volatility if news there changes. Uh, yeah, SPX overnight and into tomorrow is probably largely going to be decided by how earnings play out. And then GME today, tips contracted a little bit. We went up like 5%, but not quite enough. We did close above 14, so that's a nice spot. Still $1.50 away from delta neutral, but there's a chance we see that run this week still. T+2 ends tomorrow. Google red peen. Ooh, rough. Microsoft green peen. Huh. Yeah. We'll see Google at 4:30 and Microsoft at 5:30. All right. Yeah, Google has earnings tonight too. How bad does that cap smell? It smells fantastic. I wash it like all the time. I also have like 6 of them. So just rotate them and wash them. Do you just not wash your hats? That's fucking disgusting. The green and red are perfectly straddled to ensure my QQQ straddle doesn't print. Nice. Meta down to 307 now. Why is Meta down 2% after hours? Well, they were being sued. That was the kind of the news earlier today. I don't know. Did they don't have earnings till tomorrow, right? Yeah, they have earnings tomorrow night. I have no idea. Maybe some more news, or just sad because of Google. Like Google's ad revenue was down, and that's fucking with Meta. Yeah. Did Google miss? Yeah, it would appear that way. So we'll see. That's, yeah. Bad earnings from Google is bad for Meta, generally speaking. Both halves of the market share, right? Wife thinks it's weird, but it works. Go in the shower with your hat on, shampoo it. I do it after golf, and I haven't had sweat stains in years. Yeah, I just have a humps your dog. What? Who the fuck is this person? Anyway, you can just buy a thing to wash your hats in the washing machine. It's like a little cage, and you put it on your hat, and you just fucking chuck it in the washing machine. Snap also missed for the meta drop. Alright. Well, that's 2 fairly large parts of QQQ missing, with Microsoft beating. Microsoft's probably equivalent shift in market cap. But we'll see after their earnings calls. I mean, the initial reaction to the earnings is generally not relevant. You got to see what their forward guidance and stuff looks like. So, yeah, I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll update you tonight once the options data is out, and everybody have a good night. Later.